Well, hello there. We're gonna play some more Turbo today. My stream schedule has been a bit messed up as of late. I'm trying to stabilize it, but I've fallen very hard into the rabbit hole that is Satisfactory. To the point where I've neglected Kerbal a bit. Let's fix that, shall we? Let's get right back to it. Is the game going to cooperate this time? It is! I like that. I like when the game cooperates. Should probably have the game sound back on too. So last time we left as we were attempting a re-entry. Oh no, the game sound is not capturing. Oh, I have to fix that. I should have the background noise from the VAB right now, and I'm not getting it. There we go, now we got it. So. Yes, last time we were left attempting a re-entry that we had to constantly spin. I'm not done with that yet, and I've decided I was tired of it. Mostly because I didn't... Like, we could just... Between every orbit, I'll just launch something else or figure something else to do, because that was getting... It was getting a bit boring. So... I did take a contract to go and fix up an aging satellite. Now, we've done these before, and they've been a bit broken. These missions. Because sometimes you need repair kits, sometimes you need parts. Engineer, attach a Communitron 16 on the aging spacecraft. So I need a repair ship, is really what I'm needing. Or at least a ship that can get a pilot and an engineer there with sufficient cargo space. So. Old moon lander that moon lander ship we just used, that's currently on its way back. Could actually be a half decent candidate if not for the capsule that's currently on top. And I don't need, no, it's not that great of a candidate. It's not that great of a candidate, actually. There's a lot of stuff on that I don't need. Let's try the moon flyby ship. Now this thing can, theoretically, get to moon orbit and back. I mean, it has. So... But I need more... I can do TT-18s. Okay. I'm gonna go for a slightly bigger capsule, because we can. Along with a... I don't have a bigger heat shield, don't I? Yeah, that's kind of the concern here, but I think I got the engine power to pull it off. I'll still have a smaller heat shield there. It kind of gets buried in the model, but it's there. smaller inline wheel. If I throw a TD18 decoupler like this, that is not too bad. Now, in the inventory, I need one of those. Unitron 16 is what it was telling me to put in. Because I tend to mess these things up a decent amount, I'll bring some spares. It's always good to have spares. Because sometimes the physics engine is going to decide that it doesn't want to cooperate. So let's bring spares. Also gonna want some of these parachutes. 2 of them. Just like so. I'm gonna want my Kerbal Engineer. And from what I do remember, this thing handles decently well, so... I don't think there's that much more to it, really. Let's call it the Sat Repair Unit for now. And the crew, yeah, Pilot, Engineer. That's what I need. Simple as that, really. So, this is going to be our first launch of the day. I'm not sure if I angled it, the rocket the right way, though. Because that's one thing I do remember about this thing is it doesn't turn all that well. At least in low atmosphere. Okay. The orbit is basically perfectly equatorial. So, it doesn't really matter when or where I launch. But I'm not going to want to go perfectly east. I mean, I might want to... But then, as I turn, I'm going to want to start turning north. Because I'm going to go... Basically, I'm going to be going that way. To the right of the screen. And it's going to give me an angle not unlike the moon lander orbit. That's going to be a bit wonky. So I'm going to have to course correct. Once I fly over the equator, I'm going to want to be turning the nose north while I keep burning to kind of raise it up and line it up. Clarence and Lars are going to be flying this one. Not much else to say. I'm not going to go full throttle. Let's go half throttle. Here we go. Yeah, the SRBs are doing a lot of work. And I'm letting them do the work right now. Ship is nice and stable despite very high speed. And now we get to turn a lot more aggressively. And I'm sticking that to prograde right now. Just all nice and steady. There we go. Just line it up on the maneuver node. I'm gonna start burning right away because I know I have a decently long burn time, and also because the I have a stage change in the middle of that burn, which will kind of throw off the timing. So I'd rather burn early so I don't splash down. And once the Moonlander comes back in for re-entry, then we'll just do exactly what we did last stream. Switch to it, spin it until it bounces back out of the atmosphere, let it go again, and then keep doing our thing. I never get tired of seeing the view of these separation stages. I'm attempting fizz warp right now because the ship is flying steady. There we go. Now it's going to be a simple matter of first, that's going to be my target. Boom. So now I know exactly where I need to fix it. Ah! I see my problem. It's going the other way. So I did incline the ship the wrong way. I should have gone west instead of east. Okay. That's simple enough to fix. It's gonna take a lot more fuel to launch it though, but I'm gonna have to give it a bit more of an aggressive angle here. We should still be able to pull it off. we go. Actually very stable. I'm not even having to touch the controls right now. Reaction wheels are doing all the work. Just stick it on prograde and keep going, really. Yeah, that's just a slight bit of exploding. We're fine. But now I'm at least going roughly in the direction I should be going. So. And we get an atmosphere exit quite soon. I'm just gonna stick right to prograde right now. I am not moving my nose at all, because we're gaining enough sideways, enough lateral velocity that we'll be fine. We're gonna have to get to decently high orbit to get to that satellite anyway, so I don't mind just keep burning in that exact direction and not waste any fuel on steering. I'm gonna burn all of the side tanks completely, and then we'll look to maneuver. There we go. There's my target. So my next burn is gonna be right there on that dotted line. It's going to be my descending node, I'm guessing. Go. Got a burn time of 2.5 minutes. So we're gonna have to fizz warp that one. But should be okay. We need to start burning at 1:15. T minus 1:15. I'll start a bit in advance just in case. Just like that. Now, there we go. I'm just gonna fizz warp this. I'm just keeping an eye on my periaps down here. Or up there. It's the same number anyway. As soon as that gets out of the atmosphere, we're good. There we go. We're now officially in orbit. Cool. And now we're actually in an orbit that makes sense to be able to catch that satellite. So over here, got an ascending node of 20-something degrees. 29, I believe. We have an inclination here of 151. That's what it says in the window. I start burning that way. That angle goes up. I need it to be 180. No, not the lander. Give me the freaking maneuver node. Now that ascending node is within half a degree, I know we're good. It's a heavy, heavy burn. 4,000 meters per second burn just for a correction is hefty. To the point where I'm wondering if I shouldn't do it. No, it's right in the middle of my orbit, so I'm not really going to have any help here. Point 3. All right, there we go. That's where we're going. Am I still fizz warping? Yes, I am. I was wondering why the ship was turning so quickly. And we're seeing the moon lander here. I'm guessing that moon lander is probably going to enter atmosphere before we get to our next maneuver after this one. So we'll have to take care of that first, and then... Started burning a bit late from lack of patience, but I should be fine. That's pretty close. Yeah. 0.3 degrees is plenty close enough. So now it's going to be a matter of just raising our orbit and trying to match the satellite, or at least get an encounter. That's a pretty close encounter already. It's still 900 kilometers difference. Gotta keep... There we go. And now... No, not that one. Mistakenly hit a normal burn. That's not what I want. I want to move the maneuver to just there. Get these two arrows as close to one another as I can. That's going to be a very high relative speed. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the neck to correct at that point, but we'll attempt it. Worst case, we'll have enough fuel to come back down from there if it fails. I think. I hope. Now, I don't know which of these two things is going to happen first, if I am going to have to... Yeah, the moon lander is going to re-enter atmosphere first, at least according to the alarm systems. So... I'm going to switch to this thing, line it up, spin it as we did last time, bounce it out of the atmosphere, and then go straight for the... Then go straight for the maneuver burn on the repair unit. Just realized how much I'm slouching right now. Not very good. Okay. How are we looking at heat-wise? Getting to about 60%. Yep, this is when we start spinning. There we go. Steady. I don't dare to go faster than ×2, because if it goes off center, then the ship can burn up. Put back on that node. There we go. You know, heat levels are going down, so... At this point, I'm pretty sure I don't need to spin anymore and that we're fine. I could just fizz warp out of there. We'll just wait for it to get out of the atmosphere, and then we'll switch back to the other ship. There we go. You're gonna be basically a straight prograde burn. 17 seconds. And in this case, for the encounter, for the timing of the encounter, I actually need to time this right. So... T-minus 9 seconds is where I want to start burning. Now. Thinking radial in, but I was wrong. It's actually radial out I need to do. There we go. Seeing the separation go down. Okay. That's as close as I can get it from here. So... Yep. Quick save. I'm guessing the Moonlander is going to have... another good time here before we get to maneuver again. It's gonna be pretty close. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the Moonlander first. Do it like that. As soon as I'm seeing heat levels exceed like 40% is when I start realigning things. Don't need to spin just yet. I don't need to spin until 60-70%. There you go. 70 is really where we're starting to see a good amount of overheating. right now I'm not lined up for a spin. There we go. Oh, that's a nice steady spin right there. I'm happy about that one. If it diverges too much, if I get too off-center, that's when bits of the ship start blowing up. So I gotta be real careful here. Which is why I'm fairly conservative with Fizz Warp here. Here, there we go. Nope, spin. Our apoapsis is down to like 3 million meters. We are getting closer and closer as we go. Yeah, and now heat levels are dropping, so I don't care about spinning anymore. I just need to get out. I'm just going to Fizz Warp out of the atmosphere again. And then it's going to be just about time to start maneuvering with our engineering ship. There we go, we're out. All right. I want to have a look at my target here. Okay. Our vectors are basically lined up already here. Just our relative speed is very high. So what I'm going to start doing is slowly start burning in the direction where my relative speed to the target is getting lower. But our separation also goes down. Doesn't feel like that's gonna happen. Might be a bit too early to be maneuvering here, so I'm gonna time warp forward a decent amount. Right there. Okay. That's looking more. There we go. Now we can see the intersects are getting smaller, while our relative speed is also getting smaller. I really don't have a whole lot of fuel though. I thought this ship would be plenty, but it isn't. I have to go back down. This isn't gonna work. That's not where I need to go at all. Okay, this is gonna be... Yeah, We're out of fuel. This ship is actually going to need a rescue. I keep underestimating how much fuel I need for everything in this mod, and it is killing me. Okay. I'm used to having like 12,000 Delta V gets me to Pluto. Like, this isn't how this mod works at all. And I'm still having trouble wrapping my brain around it. I had, what, 17,000 Delta V on this thing? And that was nowhere near enough. If I go for the triple lander can. That works. Yeah, that'll do. What kind of engines are we looking at here for when we get to space? I think I need something that's fairly efficient. I've been using those 91s, but they burn a lot more fuel than I'd like. $109s, maybe? They burn a lot less fuel. Engine plate and two of these the two of these 109s would do it, I think. Double nodes. Bam. Like that. like that. Something like that. Throw some solar panels on. Throw some more parachutes. Okay, so that's 12K. Alright, let's see what we can attach to it. I don't have fuel lines yet, do I? No, I don't. I wish I could have fuel lines, but I don't have them yet. Okay. I want stuff that burns kerosene, ideally. Could go for 105s, I guess, or 89s. If I go for 89s, kind of the stripped down versions of 89s, like that. Those pack a lot of power. That also needs to be the first stage I ditch if I use those, because these are all power and not much precision. Cone? I go for this and then I say auto strut. Too heavy a spark. Okay. So let's say do this. I think I'm just gonna go for 2 parachutes on this thing here, but I'm also gonna mount some air brakes. Like that. So that when I deploy that, it should help me slow down a bit more in the atmosphere. And 3 parachutes and 2 drogues is going to be more than enough for this thing, so... Chameleon Cape. Hold on a minute. Thank you for the follow, but why are my alerts not playing right now? I should have heard that. My alerts are not working right now. But I see you. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. If you want to join the Discord, the link is down below, or I could just... Yep. There you go. That's my Discord server. Feel free to join and hang out. So, where was I? What was I thinking? Yes, my alerts are not working. I'm gonna have to test that. Not entirely sure why they're not working right now. They should be. Anyways, I was back to designing this thing. Okay. I'm actually gonna add another set of those. Probably gonna go for 6, actually. So if I do something like that... And now that here... Okay, now I have an idea. So let's do... Nope, not that. This. I'm gonna have a third set. Right there. Okay. There we go. Now that's all nice and lined up. Problem is I don't want to have all of these burning at once. So what I'm gonna do... that set here at the front and back. These are gonna be... I'm gonna switch out those engines for engines that are a bit more maneuverable. Yeah, I'm gonna throw some 105s on there instead. Bare bones versions. There we go. As we can see, they're a bit smaller, but they have more angle adjustment possibilities here. So, okay. What is that? Yeah, all of that. Actually, that could be its own... That could be its own stage for sure. Now I just have to figure out in which order. That one is there. First stage we ditch is going to be this one. Like that. Okay. Must be 149.96 thrust away. But now I can throw some SRBs on top. For extra oomph. I have to stop skimping on the Delta V here. I've been underestimating it the whole time I've played this career mode. Like that. I'm also going to need a nose cone for this thing. Type A advanced cone. That'll do. Place mode, there we go. Clone that. Okay. I'll have 3 sets of that, I think. My offset's a bit weird on this one. It's right on the edge of that black stripe, so it should be there. There we go. That looks better. That looks a lot better. Needs to be angled that way. And for this here, auto strut to grandparent part. There we go. That looks pretty solid to me. Still only 17,000 Delta V. It's nowhere near enough. Okay. I'm going to add another stage on top here, I think. Smaller, lighter stage that doesn't burn a ton of fuel, that could be fairly efficient. I need another decoupler first. One of these. There. Where's that one engine firing? There it is. Oh, something's very wrong with my staging now. No, that's just when we ditch the SRBs. Then we ditch these, fire these. No, not these. That should be the last stage. Okay, hold on. Yeah, my staging's all messed up now. Ah, crap. Okay. Let's redo it all. So that's the first stage, plus the SRBs. Yes, ditch the SRBs. Then when that stage burns out, ditch it, and then fire off these guys. Yes. Then when that stage is done, also ditch it and fire off these guys. Okay, that's how it should be. Then when that's done, there we go. When that's done, then to fire off the middle ones. That is not what should be firing up. Yeah. When that is done, separate here. Fire that engine. That separates there. Okay. 24,000 Delta V. That's much more like it. Okay. I'm not going to be able to fire it off at much of an angle. It's going to be, that's a heavy vehicle to take off. Okay. Let's clamp this thing up so it doesn't move around too much on the launch pad. Something like that. Clamp it as low as possible so we can't bump into it too much. This might go catastrophically wrong, or it's gonna go very right. Probably gonna have to go fairly high throttle here. Let's give it half. Here we go. Oh, that was a bit of echo. But I am now accelerating at what I would dare to call ludicrous speed. Ah. It's trying to flip. it's trying to flip. The eternal goddamn problem of the ship constantly wanting to flip on me. I'll give it a bit more angle. Even with full yaw, the opposite way, it's still trying to flip. So I'm guessing the 6 SRBs might be a bit too much acceleration for this. Or I go straight up. Gain as much height as I can, and then hope I can turn. Might as well go vertical with it. It's gonna be a bit of a waste, but as long as the thing stays under control, I should be fine. Probably not gonna need to throttle all that much if I'm going straight up, so I'm just gonna 20% or so. I'm barely burning any kerosene right now. I'm just trying to gain altitude, get out of the thick part of the atmosphere as soon as I can. There we go. Just a slight explosion, we're fine. And now it's trying to flip the other way on me as soon as I try turning. As soon as I try to turn, it still tries to flip. Throw some winglets on this thing and hope it gives me a bit more control. Might need to stack some more reaction wheels as well. I need some more reaction wheel power. It's either that or I need the first stage to also be sacrifice a bit of power for more maneuverability. Okay. It's responding a bit better. I'm at a slight angle. Still accelerating at a decent pace. Just trying to push the angle down without flipping. Okay, as long as I'm very careful with it, I can kind of get it to go in the general direction I want it to. I'd prefer a much more shallow angle, but for now this is what I could do. There we go, and now we fire the second set of boosters. Just keep going. There we go. I'm trying to... That's the biggest problem with going so vertical, is I can't... It's going to take me a lot just to be able to round out the orbit because I have so little sideways velocity. There we go, and now that we're on these 105s, these things actually turn quite nicely. The others basically can't. But these ones are a lot less powerful, so... Right. Yep, I'm just gonna keep burning, really, because... I'm better off doing that, really. Right now, it's not really worth setting up a maneuver. It's just stick to prograde and keep burning. As long as I keep gaining altitude, that is, which I am. There we go. Now at this point is where I'm going to wait a bit, because our apoapsis is quite high. There's going to be a bit less gravity up there. We also have to get to orbit as fast as we can, because the moon lander is coming in for another pass. So if we don't boost right now, well, we just crash into Western Australia. Actually, probably in the ocean, because the Earth spins. Come on. There we go. Just get above atmosphere. Be nice. There we go. We're now technically in orbit with a lot more fuel left in the tank than we did last time. That's gonna be my target. So that should be a pretty good maneuver to pull off, and it gives us enough time. The heaviest vessel to orbit Earth. Yes, that's the heaviest thing I've ever launched. Because I decided not to skimp on the Delta V for once. And once we're done with the descending node here, I'm probably going to want to have another maneuver about there-ish, where the periapsis of the ship we're trying to rescue is. So probably there, to start boosting up to here to get closer to where that that repair unit is. And if I still have enough fuel to pull off the satellite repair, then I will. But for now, it's really going to be about rescuing the Kerbals. I'm guessing the lander is going to be due for another pass quite soon. Let's go take care of that. Gonna go full fizz warp. I'm going to keep an eye on the heat levels here. Flight engineer constantly saves my life here. Or at least it makes it a lot easier. I can actually see what the hell I'm doing. What do we have here? And now we spin, spread out the heat. When we get off center, we line back up and restart spinning. That way, it spreads out the heat, prevents anything from outright exploding. And our apoapsis height keeps going down, so eventually, we'll be able to land this thing. You really don't want to be staying centered. Ship is not being very cooperative on this pass. If I get too off center, then that's when the really heat sensitive bits get exposed. Center off. Come on, work with me, ship. Only a few more passes before we get to actually land this thing, I think. Probably 2 or 3. After this... It's actually going to be either next pass or the one after where we get to land. There we go. And now the heat percentage is now actually going down. So I should be able to just stop spinning. Yeah, now it's actually going down by itself without me spinning, which means we could just fizz warp out of here and we're good. These two have been in space for a month. They went to the moon, landed there, came back, ran out of fuel on the way back, and now have to repeatedly aerobrake like this in hopes that they don't explode in the atmosphere. Yeah, that orbit is getting a whole lot closer than it was. It was over 3 million meters before we started this pass. Or just a hair under 3 million. So we might still just barely bounce out of the atmosphere next pass, and then the pass after that is probably when we're going to be landing. That's my guess. Let's go back to our rescue ship. We got ads running right now. And I need coffee. So we have a bit of time before we have to burn. I'll just leave you to the sight of this beautiful ship flying over the Earth and Dimitri having a great time. And I'll be back in just a minute. Ads are done. I have coffee. I'm back. Everything is good. Alright. We got a hefty maneuver to do. Which is gonna be about a third of our fuel. Just to line this up. Telling me it's a 7-minute burn time. That is a bit obnoxious. No, just why are you spawning the camera inside the planet? Okay. So I'm probably gonna have to start to burn early. Or a bit early, at least. 350. Yeah, that'd be 3 minutes 50. So at T minus 4 minutes is when I'm gonna start burning. Give myself a bit of leeway. We're gonna fizz warp that because it's gonna take a while. There we go. You can see the lines starting to... I want that blue line to be going down to there, so... Right now it's going basically where I want it to go. Takes a while because my engines aren't very powerful. Yeah, fizz warp is really messing with the direction of my ship, though. Gotta be careful here. So now, the problem that we have is that when we cross the orbit here, the ship we're looking to rescue is all the way over there. That means... That means I need to either catch up to it, or let it catch up to me. By maintaining a slightly lower orbit than it, I should be able to catch up to it. Within a few orbits. That should save me quite a bit of fuel. And as we can see, with that maneuver I just planned, if we look at the dotted line, it gives me kind of that whole side of the orbit here to kind of maneuver around and get close to it. Battery charge. Not bad. Those little solar panels are doing good enough work here. There we go. Actually gonna keep burning a bit longer than that direction. A bit more radial in. Just like that. Okay. That gives me a decent idea here. Bit more. There we go. So now, if I add a maneuver here, with just a little bit of, a tiny bit of delta V to it, just to say there's something there. Then right click on it and use that button there. Basically, that button there says, don't do it when you get to it now. Just wait a full orbit. So if I wait a full orbit, look at that. The intersect moved. So if I remove it, it's there. If I wait an orbit, it's going to be there. One more, one more, one more. Okay. That here is kind of the closest orbit I can get. Closest encounter I can get so far. So that's when we're going to look to be maneuvering. If I do that, that actually gets me to a very close orbit for not much fuel here. So at that point, we'll be able to do fine maneuvering in order to get to the ship we're trying to rescue. I have plenty of fuel in this tank to do this little maneuver, and probably most of the small maneuvering to get to the ship. What I'm going to be looking for mostly is going to be to see if I have enough fuel in the upper stage in that tank here for if I'm going to attempt to get to that satellite or not. I'm not sure if I will. We'll see. For now, I'm not in a hurry. Because we got a while to wait for this. Yeah, a full 18 hours. It's going to go around 4 times. So. And I'm guessing the Moonlander is going to be due for another pass before that. Maybe even 2. I think we're going to get to land this thing first before we get to do the maneuver on the rescue ship. we go. Point this thing. So if that apoapsis point right there gets into under 140,000, that means it's going to be the highest point of our orbit is going to be within atmosphere, which means we're just going to be aerobraking until we get back, until we fall down to Earth, really. So air resistance is making us lose speed. I'm keeping a very close eye on the critical thermal percentage right here. Soon as that gets close to 60-ish, I'm gonna look to line up and start spinning. 60-ish is about now. We've already lost a full 100,000 meters in maximum altitude. There we go. I'm just gonna try to keep it as dead on as I can on the retrograde here. My guess is it's not gonna go below 140 on this pass, but it's gonna get real close. And the next time we re-enter atmosphere after that is when we're gonna land. That's my guess. Air resistance is kind of playing against us here. Keeps throwing me off kilter. Come on, just stay there. No, we're down to 960. Okay. We were at what, 1.4, 1.5 when I first entered? I think it was 1.7 actually. Just stay. It really doesn't want to cooperate right now. There we go. That looks nice. 700,000. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, crap. No, 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 no. Get back here. There you go. Stop. It keeps going off kilter. Stay there. Because of air resistance, the vector keeps moving. Because the body of the rocket is actually generating lift somehow. Keeps trying to redirect itself. And because of that, it throws itself off kilter constantly, so I can't spin very fast. Whoa! Okay, we're officially... Yeah, we're officially suborbital, so... Ditch the tank. Use the heat shield. Still gonna have to do some spinning, otherwise the mystery goo containers are gonna try to blow themselves up. But I don't have to do a whole lot. Like if I go fairly slowly like this, it kind of keeps it at bay. And I've set up the parachutes to deploy as soon as it's safe without ripping out. We might have a shot here. Because I'm scared that if these mystery goo containers detonate, they might damage the parachutes. And if they do, we're kind of doomed. We're very, very doomed if that happens. If I could have a good enough pilot to stick to retrograde, that would have been great. I mean, Alexei will be good enough to stick to retrograde next time he goes to space, because he landed on the moon. He's going to level up a lot. But he's not there yet. So it is a bit of a nightmare to pilot this thing right now. I don't need to spin very fast. Come on. No, don't you dare go off center. And don't you dare try to flip on me. This is not the moment. Oh, crap. Okay, well, I just lost my material study bay. And most of my heat shield. It's still kind of there, but kind of not. I'm just trying to hold on to it. Oh, this is getting tricky. I am just wrenching the controls right now to try to stick to facing the right way. We just lost a bunch of science from that explosion, but getting these Kerbals back safely is really the only thing that matters right now. I'm also concerned that we're not losing speed fast enough. Actually, we might be. We might be losing speed fast enough. The heat shield is still there. It's just not actually attached. I'm just kind of holding on to it. Because the air resistance is trying to keep flipping me out so that the heat shield would just kind of fly off. I've just been wrenching the controls to keep it there. All right, yep. We're now losing enough speed that I think we're going to be able to deploy the parachutes. I need to be under, I think it's 400. Okay, that was tricky, but we made it. There we go, 450. Now the parachutes have deployed. We're gonna be good. 2 parachutes for this size of a capsule is gonna be more than enough. Just gonna time warp until 2500 or so. Actually, no, these deploy at 1000, so. There we go. Heat shield falls off. Five meters per second. Perfectly safe landing. That was tricky. But we made it. Oh no, I'm sinking. Okay. Do I have to get to the sea floor before I can recover the vessel? Oh, that's... Oh. I'm very happy I don't have Kerbalism on right now. Okay, this thing doesn't float. Yeah, because as long as it's moving, it's not letting me recover. I mean, at point... There we go. Now we're at the bottom. Now we can recover. Okay. Yeah, good thing I didn't need, like, life support and things. But we made it. That was a good amount of science, too. It was a very good amount of science and a good amount of money. At 500 science, I can now learn a few things. Miniaturization is probably going to be up there. Fuel systems. Gives me better fuel tanks, big Rockomax tanks, fuel lines, which is going to allow me to get a lot more range from the parts I can have. Yeah, that's a 90. That's entirely worth investing. The heavy rocketry stuff also I'm getting right now. Aerodynamics, that's for planes mostly. Better landing gears, better parachutes, better heat shields. Done. Gimme. Space exploration. Oh yeah, it's giving me like rover wheels and hab module and space station stuff. Give me that. What else have we got? Storage tech. Okay. I'll take miniaturization, because that... And I'll take... I might take storage tech. Or I take the plane parts. I need to upgrade this thing first. Yep. I'm gonna throw some good money at that to unlock later tiers and see if I could... I need 160 for the next tiers. So... what is that? Advanced electrics, lights, better solar panels. Okay. Bigger command modules, but for that I need this. Specialized control, better reaction wheels, better RCS. That's gotta be... And then that's the better, even better landing legs and rotors and things. Stairs. Base frames. Yeah, that's really where you get to start building space bases. Actuators and grippers and specialized construction and a bunch of other stuff. Okay. I'm going to hold on to that 121 I currently have, because I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with it. I did complete a contract with it. Yep. I didn't think that one would cash in, because my mystery goo container actually exploded on re-entry, but if it's given it to me, I'll take it. That one, yeah, that could be an easy 30k. I'll do that off stream though, because that's just a matter of taking my little ground vehicle with a bunch of science stuff on it and just driving it around the KSC and doing the experiments and things. Okay, that's really just about complete all of the following. Perform an EVA in space. Rendezvous with any vessel. Do I even have docking ports right now? I think I do. I think I just unlocked some. Here. Yeah, I got the Clampatron Jr. here, so I can actually rendezvous two ships in space. So that one I could actually do. It's a decent amount of money. I should be able to pull that off. We still have like 17 hours before the rescue ship has to do anything, so let's start designing something else. I think what I'm gonna do is I could have I should move these things to another folder, shouldn't I? Can I create that? Yeah, that's gonna be Original career. Bam. And then for this, can I... How do I move it? Yeah, I know it's not gonna load. I'll try to do that off stream because this is gonna be a bit of a pain. But I have a probe launcher thing. Multi-probe launcher, that's the one. Okay. So this thing can absolutely get a bit of a redesign now that we have a bunch of new parts. Yeah. My Probe 1 subassembly right here, that can actually, now that we've unlocked miniaturization, this can actually get a lot smaller. Mostly because those are going to be for relay probes only, so I don't need a whole lot of the things that are on here. Science equipment can go away. The solar panels are probably going to be... no, these are the only ones I have. Okay. So by doing something like this, what this allows me to do is to reroute from that. No. Reroute from that to this. There we go. Ah, but if I do that, if I actually want to do docking maneuvers, I need RCS. I need maneuvering thrusters. So, I'm gonna have a small... Yeah, I now have a lot more fuel tanks than I had before. Cryofuel... Hydrogen... No, I need monopropellant tanks. There we go. Can I switch you to monopropellant? LH2, liquid methane, methane and oxygen, liquid oxygen, kerosene. Okay, no, so there's no monopropellant in there. No, just... Okay. How about you? You're gigantic, so no. It's really just those. Okay. If it's really just those... then these antennas have to turn around like that, and I only want 2 of them. I don't need 4. Just 2. I'm actually starting to run out of room to put the maneuvering thrusters now. Where's your thruster blocks? Yeah, these are not going to be centered in any way. It should be enough for me to be able to maneuver. So what I'm thinking is basically have a ship with several of these, 2 of these, maybe. That's gonna be the probe 2. I'm actually gonna... There we go. And with 2 of these on the same launcher, I can then separate and redock them in space while they're close together without having to do like stupid amounts of maneuvering. That should cash in that contract fairly easily. So if we go back to our multi-probe launcher, that whole setup here can actually just go away. And I'm actually going to delete the fairing for now because I'm going to have to redesign that. If I could just throw a beam, a girder segment like that. Maybe 2 because of the length of the probes. They're still pretty big. And then throw some Clampetron Juniors. Like this. Gonna be Mark II. Look at my probe 2. Merge that. Now I could just plonk these down and suddenly it can launch 4 of these at once. And these things actually have pretty decent range. There we go, there's my fairing. Now that should be able to launch 4 of these probes at once. Get them to orbit. The launcher itself is nowhere near powerful enough to do all that much. I'll need to get a lot heavier than this. But if I just want to maneuver around Earth orbit, this should be enough. Let's make an attempt here. I'm probably gonna go straight for polar orbit. That's a bit of a lumbering start, but it's going. And yeah, now that I have access to fuel lines, I'm actually going to be able to... Actually, I should asparagus this right away just to see how much I'm gaining. Which means I have to do redo staging and attach fuel lines. Okay, so now everything fires at once, but I need these to separate. Okay, that one's the last one, so... Then it's this, then it's this. So it's got to be this to this, this to that. And just from that, suddenly we went from 14,000 meters per second to 16 plus. And I get a lot more thrust to weight at the beginning because suddenly I have every engine firing at once. Makes launches a lot easier. All right, let's test this out. I don't need the heat. SAS on, full throttle. Here we go. Yeah, now we're accelerating a whole lot faster. Alright, first stage about to end. It's fine. It didn't explode anything important. We're good. And now we're able to gain a lot more speed. We're still burning with a lot of engines, but we just ditch a whole lot of weight, and we're already a lot higher in the atmosphere than we were before. Go. That's going to be time to ditch the second stage. Beautiful. And now I'm just going to spin this thing 90 degrees. Like that. So that these remaining boosters are on the side rather than up and down. Just to make absolutely sure they can't bump into us when we ditch them. But we're going to get out of the atmosphere with these. We can actually go a bit more aggressive here on the gravity turn. And we're out of the atmosphere now. These boosters are done. Gonna keep going in the big tank. Alright, we're flying pretty nicely right now. Give it 450. And now I'll just deploy that. Oh, that was pretty. This is why I do clamshell with very little ejection force. The default ejection force for these things is insane. And it tends to rip out parts and destroy things. So I always turn it down every time I build a fairing like this. 20% is basically more than enough. There we go. Just point this thing the right way. And now I have these little things. So once we've achieved orbit, what I'm going to try to do is basically undock 2 of these and then dock them together. That should be enough to count as docking maneuvers in Earth orbit, which is what I'm hoping is going to be just fine, really. SFS Gamer, good morning. How you doing, sir? Alright, this is gonna be looking like a pretty decent polar orbit, if you ask me. Yeah, I know it's PM for you, but it's morning for me, so good morning still. go. There we go. Not very circular. It's a bit wonky. But we got a polar orbit. Alright. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until we pass by the North Pole here so we have some sunlight. There we go. So now I can actually see what the hell I'm doing. And now we're going to try to do some docking maneuvers. Basically, just undock 2 of these, try to dock them together. That should count as maneuvers around Earth. And that should cash in a pretty good amount of money. So, actually gonna hide Kerbal. I'm actually just gonna put Kerbal Engineer in the corner for now, right there. Doesn't need to be in the way. I need to see what I'm doing. You love when I'm spinning. We finally landed that ship. We finally landed that ship just a few minutes ago. You just missed it. The materials bay actually exploded on the way down. So did the mystery goo containers, but the Kerbals are safe. Now, when less than half an hour ago, just today, it really wasn't long ago. So we undock. There we go. There we go. So if I put that like this, and then deploy that. Oh, I'm still in docking mode. There we go. And I just want this thing. There we go, that's what I want. And then just point this thing straight up. Like that. And like this. So now what we're gonna do next, because our contract is to do a docking with, like, rendezvous any 2 ships around Earth, I'm just going to undock a second one of these. And try to dock it to the probe we just released. Just like that. Back to docking mode we go. Start heading that way. Side docking is always a bit tricky, but I think we'll be fine. That's my target. There we go. Okay. Oh, don't rip off the antennas, please. There we go. That is not looking bad at all. Bam! First docking near Earth achieved. Friggin' beautiful. That also kind of messed with the engine physics, I see, because that launcher is suddenly getting away from us. But hey, it worked. Get myself to a bit of a higher orbit here. And the other thing I'm going to do... No, not time warp. Map. Give me the relays. Okay. I think this thing is on a proper orbit, but I'm going to want them to kind of separate here. So... control from here. Undock. Then I'm just gonna normal burn a decent amount. Okay, I don't have a whole lot of fuel on here, which means the launcher actually burned the fuel from the probes, which also means that cross-feed on these docking ports is on, which is a problem. This is okay. These can serve as relays. There we go. That'll do. I'm gonna burn that one the other way. So that it, anti-normal, that's the one. Boom. Has to diverge the two orbits from the, oh crap, it's suborbital. It's gonna crash down. Wait, hold on. Control from here. It's not going... There. That's the way it should be going. Okay. Like, no wonder I can't see where the hell I'm going. I'm not even using the right control point. There we go. There we go. That's an orbit that kind of makes sense. I'm okay with that. Now we go back to the launcher. That guy. No, that's a relay. I should rename these things. Rename vessel, that's the one. Okay. Polar relay 1. Bam. That one gonna be polar relay 2, I guess. Bam. There we go. That's the launcher. Good. But now that means also those probes. I've burned even more fuel into them. So if I do... So let's say I keep an eye on this here. Here I could do fill me up, Scotty. Bam. So now that's full. Then I can control from here. You know, I just refuel the probes properly. Good. And then I take that and say disable crossfeed. Same for that. So that should be a little bit more cooperative in that the launcher is actually not going to be burning the fuel from the probes. I'm also going to want these probes to be maneuvering in higher orbit, so that they could turn a bit easier and have more fuel to do it. Let's bring it up to 10 mil. I think 10 million's a decent spot. Not that. How much fuel do I still have? A decent amount. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. What do we have here? Yeah, it's still due to maneuver first, so we're just gonna stick with it, really. Okay. So up here, I'm gonna delete and close the alarm. Turn this thing around and just burn right here. That's good enough for me. And now we can release another one of these probes. Control from here. There we go. Undock. This thing should have a full tank of fuel now. Yep, I figured it wasn't pointing the right way again. At least I did it before burning all of my fuel this time. That line was not moving the way I was expecting it to. There we go. I'm okay with fizz warping this. Until I fat finger the controls and I'm not pointing where I want it to point anymore. There we go. That's not bad. Honestly, I'm okay with this. There we go. I kind of want these orbits to have a fair few pretty uncommon angles, if only so I can have as much coverage as I can right now. Did I just rip off my antennas? I ripped off my antennas, didn't I? How did I rip off my antenna? I'm guessing from fizz warping. Aw, crap. Okay. I'm gonna go all the way back to near the South Pole to launch the last one. So I boosted... Yeah, I boosted to normal vector last time. I'm gonna boost anti-normal with this one. There we go. Yeah, that does what I wanted to do. These little spark engines are actually really good when you're in high orbit. Did I just finish my playlist? I think I did. No, I didn't. It's still playing. It's just a song that ended. What do we got? What do we got? Come on. Just... I don't dare to fizz warp it. Because last time it ripped off the freaking antennas. I kinda need those. Morning, Chow. How you doing? I feel like someone ripped off my antennas. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know that feeling very well. You did not stab yourself making pie. I count that as a win. Okay, so apart from the slight design flaw that this thing likes to rip off its antennas if I boost too quickly, or if I use Fizz Warp. Other than that, this thing is this ship is now perfect in every way. You were in charge of about half of Thanksgiving, so you were sore. Yeah, no wonder. There we go. Now that relay's just about where I want it to be. It's pretty damn perfect. Okay. So we go back to the launcher. And that particular launcher, I'm just gonna crash back down to Earth. I don't really want that kind of debris hanging around here. There we go. Brace for re-entry. There we go. So we're gonna crash right into North Pole, basically. Am I out of electricity? I'm out of electricity, so I can't even control it anymore. So it's probably just gonna blow up from the heat. I can't even turn it around to burn the rest of my fuel. Whee! I have no control, so I'm just gonna... We're just gonna let it burn. It's actually doing a fairly good job at self-stabilizing to a point where it's not exploding. I'm actually stunned. God damn, I might actually, if I had any power, I might have been able to land this thing. It's losing enough speed. If I had control of my engines, I could have burned the rest of my fuel to try to... Yeah, I had plenty of fuel to be able to land this thing. It's actually facing where I need it to be. But, alas, I didn't have control. So, that happened. There's still a piece there. I might be able to recover that piece. That's it. That was just a structural beam piece kind of thing. I actually see it right there. Multi-probe launcher debris. Just recover that. Alright. So, Chow, because you just joined us, I'm gonna give you a quick briefing. We're on a rescue mission, yet again, because I fucked up, yet again. I keep underestimating how much fuel I need in this mod. So I have a bunch of ships that are currently, well, I have a ship that's currently completely stranded. And I'm trying to catch up to it now, to rescue it. That's the gist. So yeah, I got this guy, which is a rescue ship, chasing after this guy that's currently stranded. I'm not going to be able to refuel it because I don't have docking ports. I didn't have docking ports available on these ships. So it's really just going to be a matter of recovering the crew. I have 2 Kerbals in that repair unit. Down here. And only 1 in the rescue ship and 2 empty seats. So I'm just going to transfer the crew over, fly home, and then that SAT repair unit, I'm just going to remote detonate, really. But yeah, I keep underestimating how much fuel I need in this mod because it's very different from the base game. And so yeah, I keep underestimating how much I need by a lot, and then I get stranded. Simple as that. That's a lot of links. Okay. It's just... And yes, I do have a bunch of satellites around the moon over there, so... Which is why all of these links are currently working there. Alright, we are catching up to our target ship by a good amount. And then next time around, we should be catching to it even more. There we go. Now that's the point where I have to start boosting. To fix some stuff. Don't have a whole lot of fuel left in this big tank, but I still have this little one here, which should get me around a decent amount. Yeah, it's like 7,000, so I should be fine-ish. Alright, start burning that. There we go. That should be enough. And now what I want to do is I'm going to put a maneuver right here. Just like that. And then this button is basically just wait a full orbit. So, boom. And then boom again. That's quite close. Yeah, that one is actually quite close. So that's what I'm going to do. Then I'm going to want to slow down, basically. Actually, speed up or slow down? 916? 905, I want to go faster. .363. Okay. With a fairly low relative speed. That should get me like a decent encounter with this. And then we'll be able to transfer the crew. We might have like a legitimately successful rescue mission somehow. But I have to wait 20 hours before I do anything else. So let's go back to the Space Center, and I'm going to design a new ship, I think. Because I had just unlocked a whole bunch of parts. We just did a whole lot of research. I'm also running low on coffee. It's not, you know, there's not a whole lot left in there. I'm gonna have to fix that. Anyways, let's go design something stupid. So, what do we have? I mean, our biggest thing... Oh, actually, there's some station... Should I consider the idea of starting to design a space station core? Or a space station by itself? I really like those new space station parts that I got. That mod is, I mean, I like these. They look great, and there's a bunch of them, including like freaking habitats and greenhouses and labs and a bunch of stuff, like a pressurized crew tube, like these. Like, those are really, really pretty. Yeah, there we go. Habitation module. How much? Yeah, that's enough for 5 Kerbals. Bam. And crew tubes, smaller crew tubes. Hitchhiker. 4 seats. Could do metallic surface. Or insulated, or just plain white. Yeah, there's a lot of new parts here. Sunrise habitation module. Oh, that's a smaller version of this, I think. Yeah, that's a smaller version. All right. I don't hate that at all, but the only reason why I would... Okay. Let's not save that. I need to start thinking exactly of... If I am gonna try to build a station, what is gonna be its purpose? Usually, I only have one purpose for it, and it's just... And it's just going to be, you know, gathering science. But I don't think I have the science lab unlocked yet. I could start building a core for it. Even then, I don't have any big docking ports. So building a core is going to be a nightmare. I don't think a space station is a good idea. The game music just got back on. I'm pretty sure I had that muted, but sure. I'm also going to switch the playlist. I need something that's a bit more chill. There we go. I mean, we could go back to the in-game music. Maybe. Don't really feel like it right now, but it could be. And we got a whole bunch of new fuel tanks and things, so there's a decent amount to experiment with here. Let's do one of these. In-game music is Take the Time. It's the official soundtrack. I mean, fair enough. Ooh. Those big structural decouplers actually kind of... They kind of look nice. Now I actually have the big enough heat shield to cover this thing. You also have coffee. You should drink that. Indeed, you should. Do I have... That's a big old service module. So those big old service modules can be of use. Mostly because I could stick a whole bunch of scientific equipment in here. Kind of keep it protected from the elements, at least while we're flying. But yeah, I have... Ooh, hold on. I do have a science lab. And it looks pretty cool. That is... definitely something to consider then. Because if I could put a science lab up in orbit... And there's something... There might be something to do with this. Okay, let's throw... a couple of material science pods in there. I try to make sure to mirror everything here, because the, because otherwise it throws away the weight of the ship off. Because the center of mass isn't where it should be. So I'm actually kind of bringing 2 of everything, even if I don't need to. It's always good to have spares anyway. Getting out of bed to walk 10 feet to my office was very difficult today. I can relate to that. Should probably stick some batteries in there too. With these little rechargeable battery banks. There we go, just like that. There we go, that gives me basically every bit of science equipment I have right now. Inside that service bay. With a shroud on. Which I then can probably attach a heat shield to, I'm guessing. One of those. Bam. and have the decoupler mounted to that. So that here is going to be a re-entry vehicle. What I'm thinking here is I don't have enough money to start designing a full-on space station. I do have the money to potentially make a moon lander that's not gonna get stranded in space. I just want to have like a small structural tube. A short structural tube here. Like that. No, I think the shortest one. Because that way... Because this here, I have the shroud on. Actually, I'm going to want the structural tube to be below that. Right there. This being there. Because that way I can attach stuff to the side of this thing. Even if I take off the shroud to be able to see the equipment. It's not going to blow up some of my essential equipment. So... do something like that with Atlas low profile. Wow, these are new. I mean, they're low profile engines, all right. They're extremely fat too. Actually, I wonder how much power do these things have? Very little power. In atmosphere, almost no power at all, but also extremely fuel efficient. Okay. That is legitimately something I might want to use on the space station core to be able to kind of maneuver this thing in high orbit. Gonna be those little dudes though. Just like that. I'm gonna want some nose cones. Like that, and then I'm gonna want some landing legs on this thing. LT1s. There we go. So this would be my payload. This would be the thing to land on the moon and come back. I'm gonna want some parachutes on this thing. I'm gonna want some air brakes. I'm undoubtedly gonna want some air brakes. So if I do that, those can deploy like this. When we re-enter atmosphere, it allows us to lose more speed and not get stranded in space like we did before, forcing us to kind of constantly spin. Oh, I mistakenly removed that one from symmetry. No. Just give me 4 of them. There. So now these, when I deploy them, should give me a bit of extra maneuverability. Okay. Also gonna want these to start retracted. Like so, and I'm gonna want this thing to be auto-strutted to grandparent part. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna be my heavy lander. A 2 Kerbal heavy lander, so I'm not gonna have a full crew there. I'm gonna have a 2-person crew. I need some parachutes on this thing. Inline balutes. What is that? I have no idea what these are. Or how they work. They count as parachutes. The game sees them as parachutes. Semi-deployable. Bathtub duck is the smallest inline balute version. Good for slowing down the lightest spacecraft in the upper atmosphere. Oh! These might be like extra air brakes. Okay. I don't hate that idea. Yeah, they're basically just inline parachutes. I could dig that. Rather than having to use the, There we go. Well, that means with this, those side boosters should be recoverable now. Still need to parachute this bit. So let's do 2 of these. 2 of these. That guy up top. That should do. Also gonna move you to that side here. Because I am realizing that the hatches are right here, so they keep bumping into these side boosters once we're landed. If we step out an EVA. It's not great. Because I have no idea how these Balutes actually work, I just want to trigger them once just to see what it does and try to figure out exactly how they behave. It's not doing anything. So I don't think I could test it that way. Alright. It's gonna have to be tested while we're falling. Sure. And now I'm guessing it's time to strap just a whole bunch of big old rockets to this thing. So... Yep, 3 of that. That'll do. What kind of engines do we have for this? This thing's a beast, but it can't steer. So... Kind of rather not. That's a skipper. That's too big. One of these, maybe? A twin? Also too big. It had to be that one. It would have to be an 87. There we go. That looks more like it. Let's do... I mean, I need some side boosters for sure. Let's throw 2 of these on. Actually, just clone that. Just kind of mount these guys right there. Bam. If I go for one of these, maybe? Yeah. then I need a, where's the fuel lines? There it is. Boom. That gets plugged in there. Not bad. I do see an issue here, though. It's gonna bump into the upper ones, so if I raise that up, I'm probably gonna want another structural tube like here just to lower that a bit. A lot. Do I have access to like the biggest tanks? The big old Rokomax tanks? I do. Okay, actually. Okay. Problem remains, so let's do structural tube. Bam. Bring that one to, let's say, medium long. Or, yeah, just medium. Then I'm going to throw on one of these. And one of these. Okay, yep. Next up, what kind of engines have we got for this size? I got this. That's 16,000 already. Okay. And it packs a decent amount of power. And it can turn, but it is wasteful. I'm actually thinking engine plate and smaller engines for the central bit, and rely more on the side boosters for raw power. Oh, I don't have an engine plate for this size. Okay. So I'd have to do something like that, and then engine plate size 18, and then go 3? Maybe even 4? Especially if I go for like 105s. Like that. Yeah, that actually gives me even more Delta V. It's more efficient to use these 4 than the big one. Only thing I lose out on is raw power in very low atmosphere. But I'm gonna have other stuff for that, so I'm good with this. Okay. So I'm gonna want some struts, because I'm not gonna want this thing to be flopping around. So that should help it. We're gonna go for some big old radial decouplers. And I'm probably gonna be going with these. something like that. Maybe even a fourth with a fuel line going right in there. Move that up to here. And then I go with one of these. With everything firing at once. And I probably need a nose cone for that. There we go. And my guess is I'm probably going to want 2 pairs of that. And then some SRBs. Actually, these are not powerful enough. It's giving me 0.85. It's too heavy for the power they can put out. That and then move that down a bit. Yep, that looks about right, but these yellow pipes here, that's gonna connect over to there, and then that one is gonna go there. .57, okay. And they're offset a bit weird. There we go. Now that looks about right, but it's not powerful enough. Okay. What if I did this? That is powerful enough. I might just go with that. Just plug in. There we go. Now that gives me pretty good... Yeah, that gives me pretty good power, actually. And now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a couple of small radials. Just 2 of them. And I'm going to throw some SRBs right there. Just for the extra oomph. Kickbacks. Kickbacks are pretty long and they're very much in the way. I'd have to offset them down by quite a lot, but I'm willing to try. Because they give me a lot of power, so I'm kind of willing to mess with it if I can. If I can get them to about there. Then go that, and then this, and then auto strut to grandparent part. And I would have have something like this and something like that. That gives me a lot of power now. Now if I go for... well, we're gonna need some clamps, obviously. That is a very expensive ship. But I have a lot more power in it than anything else I have. This is by far the heaviest ship I've ever launched in this save file, at least. We got ads running, and as I'm done designing this thing, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'll be back. We're back. All right. For some reason, I have a feeling like 22,000 Delta V is not going to be enough. Although a lot of it is in the upper stage, which is what I've been neglecting, really. We're gonna bring our scientist, our Gerhardt here, because he needs a bit of experience. And Alexei's our only pilot who's made it to the moon and back. It was quite the ordeal to get back, where we had to just repeatedly enter atmosphere and spin so that we wouldn't explode. But he also had a great time the whole time while doing it, so... Okay. I am gonna just do a test launch of this. Just to see how it maneuvers. Because I have a feeling this thing might need winglets, it might need, extra reaction wheels. I have a very strong feeling it's gonna need extra reaction wheels, actually. Might want to put some reaction wheels on these side tanks. That could do it. Here we go. Okay. It's accelerating at a pretty leisurely pace right now. That's kind of what I want. This thing is surprisingly stable. It's flying nice and straight and true right now. It's not misbehaving on me at all. It's going exactly where I'm pointing it. That was... okay, my staging's wrong. Got it. Okay, so, but other than the staging being wrong, it is not... it did not misbehave on me at all. Ah, okay, I think I know what's going on. I offset these things too far. To the point where they were not connected to the decouplers anymore. And because of that, when I fired the decouplers, it didn't do anything because these SRBs were actually stuck to the middle tank. There you go. That way they're still on the decoupler themselves. That should do. Ooh. Could have a bunch of friggin' sponsor names on the SRBs. Can't say that I care. I'm actually gonna do that just to be able to differentiate the two sets of fuel tanks, so that if the ship spins a bit, I still know that the one with the black stripe is the first set I'm getting rid of, so I can place the ship accordingly. And ideally, it doesn't explode into my face. All right. I gave it, what, about a third here in terms of throttle, and it behaved pretty well last time. So let's try it again. Yeah, with these little engines having so much gimbal, I can actually control this thing really nicely. Just take a bit of a speed boost here just to make sure we don't flip too much. So if I deviate too much away from prograde, that's when it wants to start doing flips. There we go. And now I've been able to ditch them without issue. And we just keep burning. This might be the easiest to orbit ship I've made so far in this save file, at least. There we go. And we just keep going. $300. Yeah, this thing is behaving very nicely. I'm actually stunned by how well this thing flies. It's another 4,000 to round out the orbit. So that's going to finish off these big side tanks, but okay, yeah, just as I thought. I need extra reaction wheels on this thing, though. I've got to be very, very deliberate when I use the reaction wheels to turn this thing. Most of my control comes when when the engines are burning. If they're not burning, I have a lot of trouble getting this thing to point where I want it to. I could probably have been a lot more aggressive with my gravity turn here. Good morning, JD. How you doing? And good morning, Brain Cell. We got Lemmy from Motorhead flying a brand new rocket prototype that we've been testing. And I'm very happy with how it's behaving so far. It flies very stable. It is a very, very predictable rocket so far. You're not awake enough. Still on the digestion crash, I'm guessing, from Thanksgiving. You just tried to scroll wheel into my maneuver node. I mean, there it is. It's there. But yeah, this thing is actually behaving quite nicely. It's not anywhere near powerful enough to do what I need it to. But I can scale that to just be bigger. And then again, like, I have a lot of power in that upper stage as well. I have a lot of fuel in that upper stage. It's a pretty heavy lander. And being able to get these big fuel tanks with engine plates and a lot of smaller engines seems to be a fair bit more efficient than using the bigger engines, so far at least. Yeah, we're easily gonna get to orbit. But yeah, I'm probably gonna want to do a comparison of this thing. Okay. So right now, I am going to re-enter atmosphere if I do this. Yeah, okay, let's revert back to the assembly. Because that tells me I don't have a lot of changes to make to this rocket. I just need to give it a bit more low atmosphere oomph. It just needs more fuel, really. That's all it needs. Because otherwise it's behaving exactly as I want it to. So, what if I lengthen these tanks? That gives me a decent bit of extra delta V. And I'm thinking maybe even lengthen that central portion as well. Because that's all it needs. It needs more range. It needs more fuel. But other than that, it's behaving surprisingly well. There we go. Should still have plenty of power. The other thing I'm thinking of here is I might want to change the middle engines for something that's a bit more efficient. I got plenty of thrust away. So I'm not overly concerned with that. What if I switched over to these? Bare bones version of that. Throw that in there. Still plenty of thrust to weight. Gets me up to 24,000 meters per second of delta V. And then I got to throw the clamps back on. Ah, yes. The other big weakness of this thing is I needed more reaction wheels. It really wasn't behaving the way I wanted it to. So I'm going to throw that on here. Not enough boosters. I mean, that's the Jebediah Kerman school of thought here. I am legitimately thinking of adding more SRBs. I've only got 2 of them right now, and the thing is, though, like, I don't want to change the balance of this thing too much because it flies really stable, and I'd really like it to stay that way. But more boosters, though. Nah, I don't need parachutes for that. Yeah, so all of this. That's not giving me like a huge amount of extra Delta V. It is gonna give me a lot more thrust on the very first stage when we launch. And the extra reaction wheels should help too. I'm gonna want nose cones for these things. Probably some of these small ones. Just like that. And let's give it just a couple of winglets. Okay, the biggest problem I'm running into right now is those extra kickbacks actually put me over budget. I can't even afford to launch this thing now. Because of the extra fuel. And the, because of the extra fuel and the extra reaction wheels, I've added a few thousand here. I'd have to do it like this, I guess. In which case, those, if I add them, I'd have to orient them kind of like this. Yeah, I'd have to orient them kind of like this so they don't bump into me when I ditch them. But I could fly this. $25,000 Delta V. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not even sure that 25,000 is going to be enough. This mod requires a lot of fuel. A lot more than the base game, so I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. And here we go. Okay. It's still relatively stable. The new SRBs kind of want to make it spin a bit. But I could still keep relative control of it. And I could gravity turn actually pretty aggressively here. There we go. Now turn even more. And now it's back to flying straight as an arrow. This thing is really stable. I love how it flies. It just goes exactly where I want it to go, and I don't have to do like 1,000 flips just to try to maneuver it in place, which is uncharacteristic for me. It is uncanny. I'm used to having I'm used to building stuff that's so wonky that I usually have to kind of wrestle it all the way to space. But this thing just flies. Oh, nope. Wrong button. There we go. Okay, this is the stage I'm a bit concerned about. Where I hope I have enough power to get me to orbit at this point. Because I did take a bunch of extra weight just to have more fuel. I did sacrifice a bit of higher orbit power for it. Let's see here, 223. And again, we're gaining a lot of lateral velocity here, so even if I'm not gaining as much height, because this thing is so stable, I'm able to pilot it pretty aggressively. Without it giving me any issues. We're gaining time though, so that means, yeah, I do have enough power. My concern is when we ditch those side tanks. The middle one might not be... I'm hoping it's enough. Because I did sacrifice power for efficiency here in the on the middle stage. But so far, it's behaving quite nicely. We're losing time on re-entry, so that means I might not have enough power on this particular stage. So instead of the quad 109s, I might want to throw another combination of engines there on that particular stage. Although I'm barely losing any time on the re-entry. Might be able to get it there if I just keep burning. Especially with the angle I'm at right now. Which should allow me to keep gaining a bit of height, but... Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna go straight to prograde just to get as much speed as I can. Don't want to lose any delta V on steering right now. Just lock on to prograde. That's it. I'm gonna dare to fizz warp here. Yeah. Okay. So, as I thought, sacrificing power for efficiency on that big checkered tank was not the way. These 4 engines don't have enough power to get me to orbit in time. Okay, that's the... That's the only thing I gotta change. I'm in a good place. So, what I'm gonna do here... I'm gonna get rid of that. I don't want to use a quad set like this, but I might do 2. Just 2 engines rather than 4. Just to burn less fuel. Because what I was using was those RD-109s. Gives me 171 kilonewtons. I had 4 of these and it was not enough. So I could use those 105s instead. Yeah. So I had basically 171 times 4. Let's say 200 times 4. About 800 kilonewtons of thrust. And that wasn't enough. If I use one of these is 650. So 2 of these is going to be 1300 instead of 800. It's almost double. That should be plenty. So let's throw EP18 engine plate right there. I'm gonna set it to double nodes. Like that, just 2 of them. Put it that way for a bit of extra control. I think we now have something that is pretty damn good. Also considering the idea of trying to recover these things just for money's sake. I don't know if that's going to be enough to be able to recover those solid boosters, but I'm going to try it. Alright, engine change actually brought the price up a bit, and the extra parachutes also, but I believe this thing's behaving about as well as I could make it. Not full throttle, just a third. Let the SRBs do the work here. Go. Just slight angle. I could turn a lot more aggressive than that. This thing is stable enough to take it. Let's give it, let's say, 30 degrees or so? Yeah, 30 degrees should be nice. Ooh! Oh, these are big flotation devices. They're not actual parachutes. They're the stuff that prevents you from sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Okay, well that's useful to know. But yeah, this thing flies as straight as an arrow. I'm really stunned about how how stable this thing is. It just goes. There we go. Ditch that stage. Now, am I losing time or am I... I'm barely gaining time, so it should be just enough. There we go. Yeah. It's telling me I just got just enough time. If I do not stop burning the whole time, I have just enough power to get to orbit. And then I'm going to have a whole bunch of fuel left in orbit to be able to maneuver and get where I want. I call that a massive win. Yeah, this thing is, that's a success if I've ever seen one. Okay. I don't need you in space just yet. Mostly because I didn't wait to launch at the right moment to go to the moon. It's probably something I should do now. But yeah, this is going to be a moon landing, I believe. That's going to be a decent ship for a moon landing. Just going to want to go to the tracking station, and I'm going to want to wait until we're at the right spot before we launch. And I want it to be basically at the highest point. Back to good old KSP indeed. You know, I kind of need this. The one with the green dot is where I'm launching from. And I need that to be kind of line up with the highest point of the moon's orbit. So there. Also at the point where my rescue ship is going to be pretty close to catching up the, yeah, just a few hours away from catching up its target. Okay, this is the moment to launch. Alright. Right there, that's the moment to launch. Alright. Because from what I've seen, if I go straight east from that position in launch, that lines up within a few degrees of the that lines up within a few degrees of the moon's orbit, so I don't have to do too big of a correction burn to get there. Yep, here we go. And here we are. All right. So from what we've tested, about a third of the power to begin. And go. And then just start turning this thing east. That's the only downside that I could see right now in how this thing flies is really just the fact that the extra 2 SRBs do induce a little bit of spin. But other than that, it behaves basically flawlessly. And we got Lemmy from Motorhead just flying this thing like an absolute pro. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to ditch those flotation devices, I think. There we go. The other KSP theme. Does it fly? No. More engines. Yes. Legitimately, this launcher is going to be a design I'm going to reuse. because this thing flies really nicely. It is by far the most stable thing I've ever made in this save file. Just straight and true and going exactly where I want it to. It's not trying to flip on me. It's not misbehaving. I am very, very surprised. Stability assist. There you go. Just trying to get as much lateral speed as I can. Yeah, my left-hand Kerbal, that's my pilot. That's Alexi. I call him Lemmy because he looks like Lemmy Kilmister from Motorhead. And he is, he's a friggin' champ. I mean, friggin' look at the dude. He's a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will. Look at him. What a champ. What do we got? Ooh, I was actually able to recover these, the solid boosters. Okay. That's nice. The other stages are going to get destroyed because I didn't put any parachutes on them. But I'm going to go even more aggressive on the lateral here. I don't need to gain that much height. I just need to gain lateral speed. Gaining more and more time to re-entry, so that way. Oh yeah. Absolutely, Riley. And now we're down to these two little engines. But we're still gaining time to re-entry, so they're powerful enough. There we go. Just point this thing. I'm not even going to stop burning. I'm just going to keep going. And that puts me in, what, a 500-kilometer orbit. With what should be about 15,000 Delta V to spare. That's a good place to be, I feel. I was wondering what I was hearing. I'm hearing snow clearing equipment outside. Also out of music somehow. Should probably fix that. There we go. Got plenty of time while we're boosting anyway. I'm gonna quick save and I'm gonna dare to fizz warp it while we're burning. Because this thing has been extremely steady. I'm kind of trusting it to not betray me here. Go, just slight adjustment here. Actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna stick straight to prograde. I'm gonna stick straight to prograde instead. It's gonna be more stable, less fuel wasted. Just like that. There we go. We're still suborbital technically, but I'm just gonna wait until I'm closer to Apoap's, about here. Turn this thing back and then boost again so I don't crash into Australia. Easy orbit. There we go. There we go. 500-kilometer orbit. Achievement for it being the heaviest thing I've ever put in orbit in this save file. No, I don't want to add maneuver. I just want to get rid of the messages. There we go. And now, if we look at the moon, got a descending node and an ascending node of 5 degrees. At that distance, 5 degrees, I'm still gonna get an encounter. Now, the only time that Australia won't let me to crash there would be if there was like an actual Motorhead gig. So, crashing a rocket down is not ideal. All right. So I can usually kind of eyeball this to about there. Should be where I get my moon encounter. Oh. Oh, I see my problem here. Yeah, that 5 degrees is actually... Okay, I'm gonna need a correction burn here, I think. Maybe not. I'm still getting an encounter. You know what? I'm fine with that. There we go. We're about 3,000 delta V, so I'm gonna have 12K left once we get there. And that would get me into orbit. That would get me into relatively low orbit. How much is that? That's another 700 or so. 764 for that green node. So that means I'm burning... I'm actually gonna have spare fuel for the landing. Okay. So what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to burn this for landing, use as much of it as I can, and then kind of ditch it at the very last minute to explode on the surface of the moon so that I barely use any of these side tanks for the landing itself. That gives me basically all of the fuel in there for the trip back home, which is exactly what I was hoping for. Like, I'm not gonna complain about bringing too much fuel. I keep running out of it, so I'd rather not. Focus back on the vessel. Yeah, we got a rescue ship and a repair unit right now out there. Currently kind of chasing each other. I'm expecting to have to maneuver that quite soon because it's catching up. So probably around there-ish. About half an orbit from where they are. I mean, still telling me 16 hours, so... There we go. And now with the extra reaction wheels I added on the side tanks, it's actually turning a lot more nicely. There we go. Can actually just drop a quick save. I did move the maneuver node around a bit to optimize when I get that encounter, so I'm gonna try to be fairly precise with this burn. It's gonna be T minus 1 minute 45 or so, because I got 3.5 minutes of burning to do. I'm probably going to fizz warp a decent amount of it. And here we go. Just keeping it as steady as I can make it. At times 4 fizz warp. They're getting jostled a bit in there, but it's fine. I'll just revert to time 1 speed once we get close to getting that encounter. I am very happy with this rocket, though. It is... I'm going to reuse that launcher everywhere now. There we go. That's my encounter. Bam. Right there. There we go. This thing is just going to transit to the moon now. Still have a decent amount of fuel. That maneuver node tells me I'm still going to have enough fuel in the big tank to slow down around the moon. It's going to take 3 days to get there. So let's focus on the rescue ship, because that's the next thing that's due to move. I didn't even have docking ports when I launched this thing. So Yep, we're just gonna keep chasing it. Oh, this thing is actually well on its way to the moon. Okay, we're very slowly catching up to it. How do you rescue without docking port? You EVA the crew out. That's it. You just EVA the crew out and back into the ship, the rescue ship. And then at some point, I'll be able to get back out to this thing and have, using the Kerbal attachment system, probably attach a fuel hose to it, refuel it. But for now, I just want to recover the crew, because I'm going to need them for other flights. Okay, I want to see where I'm going compared to my target right now. There. Okay. Probably going to want to go that way. I mean, I'm going to boost straight to target for now. No, that actually makes my separation higher. Okay. Here? Nope, that makes it worse. So on the other side of it. Then I have to wait to be a bit closer, I think. Okay, yeah. I've kind of gone past it now, so... I'm not boosting very fast, I'm just trying to get separation down. Rescuing someone. Remember that one rescuer just strapped 2 chairs to a rocket? Yeah, that sounds like a thing I would do. I'm pretty sure I did that several times before. Yeah, I'm going to gain a decent amount of relative speed here. But I am able to get separation down. So, there we go, 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers separation is not bad. Okay, so we're going to warp a bit more forward. just to have a better clue. And now this is a moment where I want to slow down compared to the so it's probably going to be like there-ish that I want to boost. Nope. That makes it worse. I'm guessing here. Can't remember what you were doing. Yeah, I basically, if my memory serves me right, what I did is because I had basically no budget for extra landing cans or something, so I just sat them on chairs and then flew them to the nearest space station and had them get in there. There we go. That's 27 kilometers. Okay, we're getting closer. So that purple intercept is the one I'm gonna go for here. I'm almost out of fuel in my side tanks, in my big tank here, but I still have a smaller one with a little engine there. So I should have plenty of fuel to do this. I'm just gonna kill most of my relative speed with it. Actually, no, I don't want to do that because it's currently behind me and it's going faster than me. No, I want to get the separation down though. That's still gaining speed. Okay. Get closer so I can see where this thing is actually going. There, that's where I need to boost. There we go. Now it's doing what I want. Relative speed going down. Separation distance also going down. Just basically pushing that retrograde vector right towards the target. Just like that. And now we're at 18 kilometers. Instead of the several hundred we had before. I'm just gonna... those tanks are... that tank is basically empty, so I'm just gonna... Actually, I just made it worse. I just made it a lot worse. Okay, let's stop burning right now. Until I figure out where I need to go. There. Or is it? That looks wrong. Okay. There we go. Now separation's going down again. 25 kilometers at basically no velocity. So we could warp all the way there. And now, where's my retrograde? It's there. Okay. Actually, probably gonna want to gain a bit of speed on it. So here, I want to pull. Prograde pull. Retrograde push. So. There we go. Gaining a bit of relative speed, but not much. But also bringing down the separation to really not a whole lot. Okay, my big tank is now empty, so I can now ditch that. We're gonna go on the little, on the tiny engine to finish this. There we go. 700 meters. I can fly 700 meters in EVA. That's not a problem. I can easily handle that. So now it's really going to be a matter of killing our relative speed once we get close to it. It's there. It's 27, 28 kilometers away. We're going to time warp a bit. Getting a great big bang. I mean, if I had the big old grabber claw thing unlocked, that's what I would have used. Sadly, I don't have that, so... Alright, we're gonna get into physics range very soon. There we go, it just spawned in. Start bleeding out some speed here. There we go, 14 meters per second. That's nice and slow and steady. Eight meters per second. Okay, let's just park here, basically. There we go. Literally 0 meters per second. So now all I gotta do is kind of face the doors towards the ship, like that, so that whoever's flying EVA over there gets to come here pretty easily. Switch over to it. And now we got Clarence and Lars, who are gonna have to make a big old EVA flight for about 200 meters in space. We're gonna rescue Lars first. EVA out. Let go. Jetpack on. And off we go. There we go. I'm just gonna get to that crew hatch right there. Grab on the ladder. There you go. In you go. Bam. Beautiful. Next. Back to the other ship. Now it's Clarence's turn. So, Clarence and his glorious freaking mustache. I mean, look at him. That's another champion we have in this. I'm very happy of that retexture mod I've had for a bunch of Kerbals. It generates a lot of glorious mustaches. It's a great mod. All right. There we go. And now off we go. And now target that. I'm just lining up the two vectors here, and that way I kind of know that this is where I'm going. He's gonna get to go in the big pod here. So we're gonna have both pilots in the big pod. There you go. Grab on. Inside. Yeah, I've already got the experiments from Lars making the trip. So there we go. That ship is now officially a derelict. With no fuel and nothing else, but eventually I'm going to be able to come and rescue it with attachment parts and things, I'm hoping. The other thing I was wondering, I want to have a look at Lars's inventory. Okay, yeah. So in the inventory of that derelict ship, there is an antenna. A communication antenna that I was supposed to install on that satellite over there. Just I ran out of fuel getting to it. But for now, I think it's time to just go home. We should have plenty of fuel for this. Just orbit retrograde. Let's line up a re-entry. Let's go home. Don't need to switch back to... Yeah, I don't need a target anymore. Just go home. Keeping a good eye on my periaps here. But yeah, we have plenty of fuel here. So this should be pretty easy. One thing I am gonna do, instead of going straight for re-entry like I usually do in the base game, I've learned that this is a mistake in this mod. Over here, I'm actually going to reduce my orbit. I have the fuel for it anyway. So I'm actually going to reduce my orbit right down to about there. And then I'm going to do re-entry, because otherwise you keep bouncing out of the atmosphere and it's a nightmare. But these guys are going home. And yeah, friggin' Clarence, look at him. Look at that friggin' unit of a man. That Kerbal is, oh yeah. Look at these eyeballs. Absolutely glorious. And I like the fact that it's telling me exactly how much Delta V I have left in the interior. Those redesigned interiors give you a lot more info than the stock ones, and I like them a lot. Gives me a whole lot of stuff here in terms of, you know, target stage locks and buttons and screens and indicators and friggin'... I just noticed that it's giving me basically everything but a nav ball. Somehow. There's also a whole ComNet panel here. That looks pretty cool. SAS speed mode and things. Yeah, that looks great. On top of him looking friggin' great as well. And from what I remember, I also have free IVA. Yes, unbuckle. Bam. I can actually move inside of here and have a look around. So for bigger ships, once we have like stations and things, we're going to be able to kind of visit around them, which I think is really cool. So we're buckled back up for now. And yeah, we also got an achievement because we're able to do an EVA transfer for the very first time, so they gave me a bunch of money. Which I like a lot. By the way, my new YouTube video just dropped a couple minutes ago. My new YouTube short. So I'm just gonna, it's a Breath of Fire 3 video, by the way, which I've enjoyed a lot. That game is so great. But yeah, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat if you want to go see the short right away. Rapid Micah, thank you very, very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Somehow that alert worked. The previous one didn't. Somebody else followed earlier today, and that alert I've never heard. But this, for Micah, it did. So, okay, it fixed itself. I'm happy about that. I like it when issues fix themselves, because that means I don't have to deal with it. And we're gonna go right down to there. There we go. SES back on. Point this thing back. Start burning. This is coming. This is like the smoothest rescue mission I've done in a very long time, at least so far. I got a heat shield under there, some parachutes, some air brakes. Should be able to have like a fairly decent re-entry here. And with a bit of luck, I might even be able to save that engine. If I could recover that, that'd be great. So I'm actually gonna separate here. I'm gonna throw the, nope, not there, here. Actually gonna throw the decoupler on a separate stage, and I'll trigger it by hand if I need to. And I would very much like my re-entry to happen on the daytime side of the planet. So I might actually do it here. Start re-entering kind of there, above Indonesia. And splash down in the Pacific. We're gonna go down to atmosphere is 140 kilometers in this mod. I'm gonna go down to, let's say, we got a heat shield, we got air brakes and things. Let's say 70. 69! Why not? Nice. I'm gonna do it at 69 kilometers. Oh, we're actually coming in this way, though. Okay. We're still gonna splash down in the Pacific, just nowhere near Indonesia, as I thought I would. Yep, entering atmosphere. Got a good bit of speed going. There we go. Deploy air brakes. Kerbals don't look terrified. They're having a great time. They got a huge smile on their faces. What are you talking about, Riley? Alright, we're slowly but surely re-entering here. Air brakes are deployed, so that should help bleed some speed here. And we still have a good amount of fuel, so I'll be able to burn in order to make sure we don't bounce out of the atmosphere. Man, oh, they're having the time of their lives right now. Alright, let's start burning. There we go. Now we're definitely going suborbital. Right now it looks like we're going to splash right over Indonesia, but the atmosphere is going to break us fast enough that it's probably not going to be the case. Okay. I'm going to go, deploy parachutes when safe. With the air brakes still out. Bro, it's been 5 hours. I mean, I typically stream 5 to 6 hours. That's usually the amount of time I go. Five to 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. Or just about. Sometimes I do a bit more, sometimes I do a bit less, but usually it's 5 and 5 is just about my average. Still, yep. You just land a rover on Venus. That's really cool. There we go. Yeah, now the heat's starting to build up. So let's start burning here to alleviate some of that heat. And if I need to, I'll ditch the engine and use the heat shield. I'm gonna use every bit of fuel I can, though, to try to bleed as much speed as possible. There we go. heat is stable. It's a bit high, but it's stable. So, for now, I think we're gonna have a pretty safe landing. Well, splashdown, not landing. Still. There we go. We're dropping a lot of speed now, thanks to burning plus the air brakes. And despite us being a big fireball right now, it's not... I see no heat gauges anywhere, so we're pretty safe. As soon as I'm done burning that fuel, I'm going to ditch the engine just to drop the weight. Will give me access to use my my heat shield. So there we go. Still kind of stuck to us, but now I'm seeing a blader getting used a whole lot more. So the heat shield is actually doing work. It's not counting the fact that we're being shielded by that engine. And it doesn't look like it's overheating right now, so as long as it doesn't explode, we should be fine. There we go. Coming down to a very manageable speed now. Drogue chutes are going to deploy very soon. As soon as there's enough air pressure, really. Which I think is going to be around... there we go. Right now, actually. And now every other parachute can... And with 5 chutes, I'm 1000% safe. Not even remotely concerned here. Just gonna fizz warp until we drop to 2.5 kilometers. I don't think I saved the engine though. The engine is up there now. I did ditch the engine. I needed to drop the weight. And I wanted to use the heat shield. So there's that. But at 2.5 kilometers, the drogues are going to deploy. And then the big chutes are going to deploy at 1,000. There we go. Drop a bunch of speed. We're down to below 50 now. And 3, 2, 1, and here. Now everything deploys. And now we're going to splash down at 6 meters per second. I can retract the air brakes now. There we go. And now let's hope that these lander cans are better than the last thing we landed. We splashed down. Which just sunk to the bottom of the ocean. I hope this thing floats. Splash down. There we go. And it floats. Fantastic. I'm gonna have Clarence step out and just get an EVA report. Boom. And then get back in. Hell yeah. Cover that. That is a successful rescue. The rocket is still out there, so... But we got a decent amount of science from it, GG. 182. And our pilot, Dimitri, actually just leveled up from that. Even better. Let's have a look down here. Okay, I've got 182. So I could potentially get a few more things. Those are plane parts, isn't it? Yeah, those are for planes. There's propellers and engine bays and air intakes and wings. Underwing engine mounts and pylons and things. That could be decently interesting, but I'm looking at rockets. Precision propulsion. Now that is very interesting to me, because those are some of the tiniest engines in the game and tiniest fuel tanks in the game, meaning I could make my probes a lot smaller and a lot lighter. Or I could go for specialized construction. What is that? Engine mounts, low profile adapters and winches and things. So there's a lot in there. Pressurized station parts. Okay. Telescopic clampotron docking module. Really? Oh, this might be the way to get it. Yep, okay. There's docking ports in there, which means we could start building a giant station, which is kind of what I've been looking for. I mean, we're getting that. We're getting that. That's not even in question. Cable hooks and engine mounts and cargo adapters. Oh, there's a lot in there. There's a lot of stuff in there. Ooh. Yeah. Crew tubes, radial attachment module. Okay, we're gonna go to the VAB and I'm gonna figure out what the hell all of these parts do. Actually, no, you know what? SFS Gamer does have a point. I have been going for over 5 hours. I think it's actually time for me to find the friend to raid. I think it's gonna be time to end. Tomorrow, actually, I'm gonna wait because we got ads right now. I'm gonna let the ads run, and then when all of you guys are back, I'm gonna talk about tomorrow, because tomorrow's is gonna be a special one. And then we're gonna start looking for a friend to raid. Riley, what's 20 more hours at this point? I mean, food and sleep. Although sleep, I don't get much of that, but food I do. So, although I have lost a lot of weight as of late, I'm eating a lot less food than I used to. I'm not a fat ass anymore. Lost 40 pounds in the last 6 months, so there's that. Okay, so now that the ads are done, I wanted to talk to you about tomorrow's stream, because tomorrow's going to be a special one. Tomorrow's going to be, I have been given a free key to a game So tomorrow's going to be a sponsored one. And it's about a game called Serum, which to me feels, from the little bit that I've seen, I haven't played it much because I kind of want to keep it. I kind of want to keep it to for like my genuine first impressions for the stream. But I have been given a key to that game and an affiliate link so that if you guys decide to buy it, it helps me. And it is published by Toplitz, which are the same guys who have published Medieval Dynasty. And it does very much feel kind of the same vibe as that kind of game, except Fallout-y, post-apocalypse, when you try to basically build yourself a base and survive in the post-apocalypse after everything has gone to shit. So that's going to be very interesting, so make sure to tune in for that tomorrow. So yeah, I've thrown that one, early access first person. Really, like, the atmosphere, it looks great, and everything looks just, yeah, absolutely terrifying. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. But for now, it's going to be time for us to go. I'm going to look for a friend to raid. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. I hope you had a great time. And let's see who I'm going to go and see. I think we're going to go... Let's go see Jay. Actually, no, let's go see Toctic. I haven't... Ooh, actually, no. We're gonna go see Gamer Circle, because Gamer Circle is currently streaming a space-related game. He's streaming Star Citizen right now. He's streaming Star Citizen right now, so we're gonna go see him. I think it's cool. So, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today, for being here, and just, you know, having a good time. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for Serum. I think it's going to be a great amount of fun. I got a fair few other things coming up soon in terms of sponsorships. I've unlocked a few keys. Thanks to you guys' support, really. So I hope you have a great rest of your day. Take care. And I'll see you tomorrow.